let's go ahead and continue. We were on the return of the great departed soul, and I was lamenting the fact that the first investigative portion was 3 hours. Supposedly, it's not as long for this part, but we'll see. Yeah, no, yeah, it's like a working law thing. I mean, the thing is, Dixie's, even truck drivers, like truckers, they have to have certain amounts of rest periods. Like, they can't just drive 24/7. It's more of like a safety thing because honestly, like, 12 hours is a very long time. Even if you're sitting in a car driving, like, you have to, like, have some kind of break from it, you know? Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. Really? Is it not messier? And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to say so familiar. Hey, Tide Pod, how are you doing today? I didn't know when you might return. I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. And I couldn't practice law for 6 months. So is your father all right, Susie? What happened? My father? Yeah, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. Painting gonna lurk, but you're eating a chicken sando. Ah! Oh, I want a chicken sando. But yeah, I hope the painting's going well, man. Painting's hard work, but it is nice once you get it all done and it dries and you're like, I did that, and it looks good. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. Oh, thanks, Iris, for hiding my mail. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. Really? It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I know about that. Then, that's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh, wait, what promise? You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. It's funnish. You got bored listening to Drew Morrill? Ah, well, thank you. I'm glad that I can help. Like, I don't know how long I'll be streaming today because my car is finally, like, actually being worked on because it was a whole, like, week and a half struggle between the mechanics and my warranty company trying to, like, work something out. And then he called me this morning and it was like, we can do this and this. They're not covering this. And I'm like, do the things that they're covering and I'll get my car when it's done. So hopefully that's done today. Yeah. And then tomorrow I'm just gonna like go crazy. Like, I mean, I've already calculated how much I can make per hour, give or take. And I can drive up to 12 hours a day. So I'm just gonna kind of go ham and just be like, I just need to make that money. So I got rent money and I got money for the other things, and also just so I can just have money to do stuff with. So it'll be fine. We'll figure it out. I just have to find the best time for me. And also, I didn't want to do it, but I probably am going to start driving like during the late night because I feel like, for one, I believe the rates are higher then because it's super late. And also, there's less people driving, so I should be able to just consistently get ride. And even then, I wouldn't care about driving across the city because if it's 3 a.m., downtown is pretty dead unless it's the weekend. Then everybody's leaving because they're drunk. But you know. Yeah. Okay, there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. Oh, did you read the letter then? I thought you didn't. About, you know who? About Kazuma. I know, I'll tell you all that I can. Oh, about his secret mission, I think. Kazuma's secret. Oh! Ah! Oh, sorry. When I first arrived back in Japan, I thought I'd never be allowed back in, but curiously, after that awful trial in the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Late weekend is where drivers make their money. I mean, that's the other thing. And I avoid it because I don't really like the crowds, or I didn't really want to pick up a bunch of like people who are drunk, but I'm also like, I do need to make money, and if it's more lucrative and if I make more money that way, I should just go for it. Really. It's better than making like okay money, but yeah, sometimes you have to go outside your comfort zone. I will not drive around 5 to 7 o'clock because like PM, because after work traffic is literally the worst. But you know. Oh, amazing. I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play it being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. Okay, because I think she was 9 last time. Or maybe she was still 10. It has been months. Something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with the convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Oh, there's some kind of conspiracy. Why would that be, then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. It's a very meaningful look Suzato-san's giving Iris there. Okay, Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Oh, it's something of an honor, I believe. Oh, so where's your father, then? Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Sashiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, remember when you went to trial? Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Wait, I remember slapping tables. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Is that right? Also, my God, nobody told me. I hope you guys didn't mind the fact that that was very quiet. I forgot to turn my because I had something playing. I forgot to turn my desktop audio on. Here you go. This game has music. Well, it's only been 8 minutes. That's pretty good that I caught it that quick. Yeah, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Good thing there was no talkie-talkie segments from them. I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. Seems as though Lord Strongheart has put an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. Most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then, I wonder? Probably. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't listen to much of it. Man, that's how I feel about this game sometimes. How trying for you. Okay, so she's dead. Giselle Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Oh. didn't exist, but how can that be? She's a spy. Obviously. It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Front? Who on earth was she then? Miss Asian. Miss Asian. The name is literally all our intelligence service have been able to ascertain about her. Miss Asian? I'm trying to figure out, like, it's supposed to be like mission? Miss Shin, mission. I don't know, because if she's a spy. I'm lost. I don't know what this pun is. I'm sorry, everybody. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery, but that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Asian. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name somewhere before? What? Have we? Have we heard an Asian? Wait. Or is it supposed to be Miss Asian, like Asian? I don't. You know what? People. Wilson, show him Strongheart, Asman, Airbrain, Benzix, Maxman, Strahd. None of those are that. Oh yeah, I forgot. I almost forgot about Miss Hot Wax Lady. Thanks, Miss Hot Wax Lady. I'm gonna probably have to deal with her some more because I'm gonna assume that there was a wax replica of someone in the case. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never... Oh, his dad. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? Nothing. Oh, after he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out his body never got returned. It just disappeared. What? What? Kazuma's body vanished? Okay. Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Oh boy, the Kazuma mystery. Thinking about it now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burio were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Oh, you're right. So he could have lied to us. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Sholmes had lied to us. Oh, boy. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I mean, there are probably reasons. We just don't know them yet. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere, it wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out to not be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. Aww. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. Sorry, I brought it up. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all, so I probably shouldn't push it now. Probably a good idea not to do that, yes. Okay, well... Oh, maybe I need to present some stuff to her. She probably knows about this paper, Miss Susato. Yes, it's all about the Great Exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know? Sorry that you were gonna... I was sorry that you were gonna miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the professor's good friend, Lord Van Zeeks, as well. Your luck might not stretch that far. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to hope for. Okay, back it up. Was there something weird? Bring it back. The spade's been here since we moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade. It's a shovel. No, I started this tour skirt. It's a Scooby. Lose weight. It's a spade. Okay. Yeah, let's not. Let's not. Oh yeah, I should probably look at Iris. Iris probably wants in on this. Must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh yeah, that is very famous. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh yeah, because you looked. Did you look? I should love to read it, yeah. You wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Can you do that now? Yes, but I made you to promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? Is that now? I think it's time. Oh, it's probably because her dad was the one who visited, and he died. I bet he was the one, I bet he told her. Oh! I'm only sorry I'd had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. And to Baskervilles. Okay. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskervilles story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and, Susanna, what are you doing? Just reading, Father. Oh, Father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? That's not suspicious at all. Just be like, oh, well, don't look at it. Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Okay, that's sus. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? Yeah, that's what I want to know. I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, it just came back. The title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. Yeah. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. Yeah, they're hiding some like crazy subplot. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. Oh. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. Yeah, actually I am. It's only been like 20 minutes. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. Good. And Iris told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes, you must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. Sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is the job for the police or a great detective? Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Let me know later how you got on, won't you? Okay, thanks. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Okay, well, guess new location has been added. What location? Okay, so we can't go there. Oh yeah, let's go to Madame Tuspel's. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. It's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back later. Really not a lot going on here. Stabby lady, bathtub. Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in a doubt of that, surely. Did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show the killer was also working in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha, we have a new theory. Oh, well, I thought maybe, bathtub. Well... Oh, it's just a shoe. Wonder if he's still missing his arm. Well, okay. Maybe if we go to the experimentation stage, the guy will be there. Wouldn't that be fortuitous? Oh! Nope. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. Feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. Yeah. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, it's you that's talking to me, not the other one. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. It's all a ceremony. We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentle woman so loyally at your side. Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get over here, Gina. but she's playing with a dog. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it traditional East End training. Gina, she's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Right, heart's in the right place anyway. She's got a detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. What? Really? Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going? Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. Whoa, France? To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what had become of her? Suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of those to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least. Yeah, till we find the real Reaper. Hi, Gina. Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? Oh, so you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. All right, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. Suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Isn't he great? Toby is his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Okay, converse. Don't talk about Paris. Don't talk about Paris. Gina, we were actually hoping that we can investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Ah! The machine exploded. That exploded must be at the top of the stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. Or Odo. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch the special dispensation for scientific equipment act? Is that what you were thinking of? The STZEA. That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something? Forensic investigation team. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? Not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think maybe you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. Okay. Today's not the sorry. It doesn't automatically go down to the next thing. Wasting everybody's time. Okay. Very good. Today's trial. It was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one for me, that is. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things hard for me every single time and all. Doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. I mean, fair. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Oh, Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. I mean, he does eat a lot of fried food. Engineer's whereabouts. Oh, do you know? Does she know? So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. Wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking, got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. Old devil's got it. Sorry? Who? You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always at it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, huh? Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. Would you rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee? The way I see it, the choice is between chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod. You're equally badly bought off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard is dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. Nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Toby the dog. Let's talk about Toby. Maybe Toby is somehow going to be important to this case. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Odo! Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, right? Toby's, how do they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry. I've given him proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as a part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered and from undergarments that haven't. Why are you sniffing underwear, sir? That's nothing compared to this little fellow, Otto. Oh, really? Or Odo. According to what the boss said, once Toby Ears got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? It's a figure of speech. Mr. Naruhodo, I think what you may have missed the point by a rather wide margin. I can't believe this little dog has such incredible skill. Yeah, dogs smell good. Well, depending on what they've been doing, but they usually smell decent. I'm telling you, Odo, there's going to be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Oh, she knows her stuff. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us a lot, not the other way around. Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Dobby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she'd lift it. Well, she saved him. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Okay, cool. Guess we gotta go see if we can get, up there. Hello? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder, I've never seen her before. Oh, hi. Oh, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents the investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Hi, lady. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Who are you? Who is she? Who is she? Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. All right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Okay, forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? Investigation. The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team over a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Okay. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Yeah, he does. He does mean every word. Dr. Sith is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium... Okay. Miss Mikotoba. Yeah? Oh, yes, my lord? Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he'll arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Oh, okay, well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. Oh, the punctiliousness. Punctiliousness? What word is that? Okay, I got. What does that mean? Punctiliousness. The quality of being very careful to behave correctly or to give attention to details. Google, can you tell me how you say it?
Punctiliousness.
Punctiliousness. Okay, now that I look at it, that makes sense, but trying to work that out of my brain fried some things. What about the UK?
Punctiliousness.
Oh, yes. There we go. It's punctiliousness. Yeah, quality of being careful to behave correctly or give attention to details. So if you want to say that, you say that you're punctilious. You're full of punctiliousness. Or that you're just punctilious. Oh, boy, they use a lot of words in this game. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals, at St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sith was also there, then, as it happens. And Dr. Sith knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. Six years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? Well, medicine and science and law, those involve a lot of stuff, bro. I lived with my grandmother in those years, so he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? That is a long time. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? I don't want to talk about it. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Von Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word! So Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? Well, maybe. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. That's enough time for today. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not the slightest. In fact, you can say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. That's a terrible thing to say. You're 17 years old. You knew about science. That's not what you meant. Don't make yourself sound like that much of an idiot. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing the investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. Thanks. We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for this symposium. You understand. New location has been added. Oh, there's so many things. Let's go to the laboratory, though. Yes, forensics laboratory. I believe this is Dr. Sith's laboratory. Oof. Chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes here, too. Yeah, like that skeleton and the blood and the bone saw. There's just a lot. Pointy things, chains. Looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we might as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. Could have a little look around, being careful not to upset a restless soul. I don't think that's how it works. Is this blood? I mean, it is coroners. Nothing particular of note. Okay. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Wow, the salt and pepper shakers in there. Nice. What about this one? I suppose this is Dr. Sith's desk? Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Oh, hello. Okay. Tools of the trade? A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with all this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Okay. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. Cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers are very, very skilled, aren't they? You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Susato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Yeah. Bird? That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. Been trying very hard to tell myself that they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Well, that's... Oh. Brains? Oh, I see a spine up there. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Susato, there's some things in the world that it's perfectly fine to never know about, ever. Oh, so as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Come on, man. Sometimes you just gotta face the facts. Well, this wasn't where we were supposed to go. Let's go to prison. Oh my God. Oh, this man's crazy. What's he doing? Where did he get shock? Oh my. The wall of the cells is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. You apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell? Oh, oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see. I had to write it down. This wall is all I had on hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, perhaps? No, actually, this is my autobiography. What? What? Why do we keep defending weirdos? I don't know why. I don't know why objectionable puzzles. Like, honestly, I have to say, I'm at least more down with this guy than the last one. Soseme Natsume was just annoying as hell because, well, okay, this guy is equally, like, hyper and weird sometimes, but he actually has, like, flashes of being a normal human being, whereas Natsume was just always, like, that man acted suspicious 24/7, and we knew that he wasn't, like, he didn't do any of the things that he was accused of, but he also just acted so weird. The entire second case, I was just like, just let me go home. I don't want to deal with any of these dumb people. So far, this one's been pretty good. And, well, aside from the first investigative phase being way too long, at least it's been kind of going pretty smoothly. And it's an interesting thing, science, symposium, there's a lot going on. We're starting to kind of like really get into the meat of things. What anxiety does to a person. I mean, basically, it's like really, I think if he didn't have the obviously drawn on eyebrows and everything like that, I'd probably be more cool with him. But that man was just like the most jittery ball of nerves I had seen in my life. And every time he was on screen, I was like, please go away. You're making this worse. You're just freaking out all over the place. Yeah, this is your autobiography, sure. Yeah. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. You can't say that, Mr. Hairbrain. People don't want to talk about your diddling or your fiddling. Come on, that's not a kosher title for any bookshelf. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm gonna have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see? So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing. Where did you get that? Where was that? Why do you have that tiny thing? You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled. I was fiddled by the pair of them. You can't say that. you can't say people just diddled you. By Asman and that aloof engineer, Drebber. Not gonna have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Oh, no. Okay, converse. This morning's trial. Okay, we gotta go through all this. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. Sorry it's come to this. There really was no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It never was my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No. Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I don't know about that. I think I understand now why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Ah, come on! Stop flipping these! I want to get back to trialing. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Yeah, harebrained, yeah. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I've dealt some kind of finishing blow here. How are you doing today, V, by the way? So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. Unfortunately, he looked like a regular sticky English gentleman. He did not. Nobody in this series really has much of a butt. Well, actually, let's look at people. We can't say if Iris has a butt or not because Iris is a child. Don't even think about it. But most of these people are pretty like this guy is skinny. He does not look like he has a butt. He looks like he has like the opposite of a butt. Barak probably has a butt. We see his legs a lot. You don't really see his butt. Nobody turns around. Gina. I keep forgetting Gina is older than us, which is weird. She seems like she would be younger. I thought she was younger. God. Tobias, he doesn't really have a butt. Although he does eat a lot of fish and chips, so maybe eventually. Yeah. Van Zeeks, well, yeah, the amount of times he does leg lifts, he probably has something going on. Okay, you know, Esmeralda, she's probably got a butt. She's pretty hot, but we can't really see underneath her cloak. But there's probably a pretty good butt under there. Okay, this guy's a little chunky. He's probably got a butt. That's also a child. We saw Miss Sith. Miss Sith doesn't have much of a butt. She's very slender, but that's okay. You think Gregson does surprise? Yeah, usually you just see like the top half of them, so, you know. Except Edgeworth, yeah. Well, Edgeworth's very angular. Maybe he has like a square butt. I don't know. You'd have to ask, you know who would know if he has a butt or not? Phoenix Wright. You have to ask him. Because they're best friends. And not lovers. In that case, you could fraud yourself, Professor. Yeah. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... History noted they were really good friends? Yeah. Really, really good friends. I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, that's his job. Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? Well, we know he didn't do it. Oh, yes. I have objectionable puzzles. I complain a lot about this game. I'm not gonna lie, but it's mostly because I have played through the original trilogy. Was Dual Destinies right after that? I think it was Dual Destinies, or not Dual. No, it was Apollo Justice, then Dual Destinies, then Spirit of Justice, and I played the first Great Ace Attorney, and now I'm working on this one. So I have played through all of the mainline games, which is why I complain, because as much as they've added a lot of like quality of life stuff, and I mean everything looks better and all that, there's a lot of shit that annoys me that they do throughout all of the games, because it's all like it's because it's like their style of humor or everything. But sometimes I'm like, I'm so tired of them repeating the same joke 3 times. I get it. It was, continue to play is entertaining. Yeah, it's because overall I like the game, but there's still just some things that they do that are like, what, like you play a game long enough and you figure the protagonist would learn. Like, and that's one of the things that annoy me. As much as I love Maya's great. Like, Phoenix and Maya are great. They say some of the dumbest shit, like, so much. And I'm like, you guys have been doing this for years. Why are you still so stupid? But I know that's the joke. Like, it can't be that serious. But I'm just like, man, come on, guys. Let them learn. Yeah, step ladder. Yeah. Same thing in this game with shovels and spades. And I'm just like, why is that an option? I just want to play a game. Don't make me jump through hoops. But yeah, no. I will say though, and this might be like this might be a hot take. In the visual novel / puzzle game community, but I have played through all of the Professor Layton games and basically all of the Phoenix Wright games, and I have to say overall, I prefer the Layton games because they're a bit more straightforward. Like, Ace Attorney games kind of jerk you around a lot to get the full story. And sometimes they feel like they fluff it so it's longer. And I'm like, this game is already super long. Although I will say, Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, which I did as well, is fucking amazing. It's like just a beautiful combination of the two games. And I get that this is a visual novel, like that's why it's so long-winded sometimes with the dialogue, but I'm also like, man, you guys could say these things in like way less time. But no, I do. Here, I mean, I have the thing, but if you want, you can go to my YouTube. It's literally just, I have a playlist that's just called Ace Attorney series, and it like starts at the beginning and it just works its way all the way up to about this point, because I've started uploading Great Ace Attorney 2. I will tell you right now, I hope that you don't, I can't remember, I think it was Apollo Justice was about the point where I was like, man, I'm so burnt out with these games. But Apollo Justice, I played the original Apollo Justice for DS, because I think there was a DS version and then an updated 3DS version. The DS version doesn't have all the quality of life stuff, and it also, they love flashbacks way too much in that game. Like, you'll do something, and then 5 seconds later, they're like, remember this thing from 5 seconds ago? And I'm like, yes, I mean, I know sometimes I forget the things I say 5 seconds ago, but in the course of this game, yes, you've already pounded that into my head. But I will say, I do like the charm and the wit of this series, although some of these pun names make me want to die. But yeah, at this point, I'm just like, gotta get through so I can finish, and I can say I finished it, and I played all the games. Because it is fun once you get to the conclusion and figure things out, but sometimes getting to that conclusion is like, oh, you guys are making me work real hard for this. Or pulling me in circles. Yeah, the guitar yeah, I hated it, and that was before you could really just like quickly skip through dialogue and stuff, so you're just like, I gotta watch this every single time. It just felt, I swear that was an extra like half an hour just slapped onto the game because you had to keep watching that stuff, and I was like, guys, you can't do that. You can't do that to us. Okay, let's talk about Mr. Asman. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say that does seem likely, yeah. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. Yeah. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But yeah, puzzles, that was definitely it, and it didn't help that I think that was like the first case of the game, so it started the game off like dragging ass, and I was just like, wow, this is a terrible way. It was either the first or the second, because it feels like these games are kind of cursed, where usually the second trial is just the trial that they didn't really put a lot of effort into, and they all like just have some of the shittiest characters in the game. Like, I can't remember if the Big Top Circus was the second or third trial, but I hated that. I was like, all of these characters just need to go to jail. Just get rid of the whole circus, please. You guys suck. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Well, yeah. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. Third case syndrome. Yeah. It is. I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. That was the third case. I can't, honestly, I like thinking back, I've played all the games, but all of the cases start to like mush up in your head after a while, since it's basically like about 4 to 5 cases per game. So after a while, you're just like, oh my gosh, this is like this. I've just done a lot of things. There was wrestlers. There's a lot of times at like every single game, Maya had to be accused of murder. You had your obligatory, your assistant might go to jail or you might go to jail. They have to play that bingo card. That's so fair. Yeah. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Oh, sorry. Mr. Enoch Drebber. So yeah, like I said, it may sound strange or contradictory to be like, I like the series, and then immediately like kind of shit on aspects of it. But overall, I'm like, it's a very fun series. Just sometimes like the cases drag ass, or the witnesses are just like, they're written so annoyingly, or there's just some aspects that like, it might just be like a difference in type of humor too. Like maybe in the Japanese communities, all of this, they're like, this is the best shit ever. And then it comes over here and some of it's lost in translation. And I'm like, this is annoying and I don't want to deal with it. I don't want this person to be on the docket. Please get them away. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. Well, what do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. No question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. Is either that or he's a really good con artist, because con artists know like enough about something to make you think they know more. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? Sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although just once, I did visit his workshop. Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty big. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's not a vital clue at all. What? Why didn't you mention this before? That's the other thing that annoys me, puzzles, is the sheer And it was probably bad in the first game, but I started noticing it a lot more in the later games. They love ellipses. They love ellipses so fucking much. They absolutely love having 5 people in a row say nothing, so you just have to go through dialogue boxes that are filled with nothing. And that, I'm like, come on, I get what you're trying to pull, but we don't need all this extra nothing in there. Avery Richmond? Oh, they should have done that. Oh, Avery Richmond? That's so good. It's so stupid, but it's so good. Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. You allow this just because it plays the cool theme, but yeah, it does kill this. Yeah, there's a lot where you're just like kind of going through dialogue of like a nothing burger of dialogue, and you're like, well, this kind of, come on, guys. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I mean, and the other thing is, I guess the other problem, Puzzles, is the fact that because of the fact that I'm playing this on stream, and granted, there's no time limit to like playing games or streaming, but I tend to like kind of impose somewhat of a like, we want to get stuff done so we can move on to the next game and like do other stuff. You know, granted, I call this Mystery Monday because I've been playing like mystery games and stuff like that. But like when I see a lot of ellipses and stuff like that, I'm like, this just feels like a lot of time that is just, you know, wasted that I could be using actually getting to the meat of the meat and potatoes of everything. So that's another thing. Like if I was playing this on my own, I'd probably be like, this is kind of irritating, but you know, you can just click past, and I'm not like narrating it out loud when I'm playing it alone. I'm just reading through it. But it's a little bit different when you're like talking, because it's like there's so much dialogue, and it's just I find this game to be draining when streaming, just because like you have to think about things, you have to talk a lot, you kind of have to deal with the fact that some of these people are just really crazy or really dumb. And you're just like, man, this is a lot. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. I was more than half expecting that. Yeah. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. You know, I'm not actually sure, Puzzles. I was playing Mass Effect as well, because I was like, haha, Mass Effect also starts with an M. But maybe I'll switch that to another day. I went through the first couple of Nancy Drew games, and I kind of want to do more like point-and-click type games like that. So I might try to get back on that train. Because after I do this, I don't have any Ace Attorney games left unless I play the offshoots, like Edgeworth Chronicles or whatever. I don't even know if those are any good or how long they are. And I would definitely have to emulate that, because those feel like those carts are probably way too expensive to buy off of somebody secondhand. Plus, I don't have a modded DS, so you know. But I think those are the only like extra ones, because yeah, I'm pretty sure I've done all of the actual mainline Ace Attorney games. I was blindfolded by of course. You know, it makes sense. They wouldn't want him to know where the workshop was. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible. The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Okay, hairbrain. Perfumers across the world should forget their scent formula and use that instead. Most people don't want to smell like oil. What do you think, Miss Susato? Eau de machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure that I'd like to start with that. Take a long break after this? You seem like you need it. Well, and that's the funny thing, puzzles. I only play this once a week, but once a week is like enough for me to be like, that's my fill of Ace Attorney, because it's just you might notice actually, puzzles, if you look at the playlist on my YouTube of Ace Attorney games, the last time I played an when I finished Great Ace Attorney, it was like last January, and then I was like, I'm gonna do other stuff, and then I just didn't pick it back up until last month, or earlier this month, I guess. One of those two. But yeah, I just do it once a week because I'm like, I can't. I think before I actually did it more than one day in a row, and that was when it was like fresh, and I was like, oh, I haven't played a game like this before. But now I could not do that because I'd be like, oh no, it's this again. I don't suppose you even know, or you know even part of the workshop's address, do you, Professor? Also, hi, Shiro. I don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Miss Susato. I'm sure he would never have. Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look. What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. That's... Wow, great. Oh well. Can't say I'm surprised. Honestly, not very often, but it's because, not a lot of visual novels have the kind of energy that I would like for a stream. Like, shit. I even tried playing, oh my god. I tried playing Higurashi, which, if you don't know what that is, it's a horror visual novel that got turned into an anime, and then there was also, like, the sequel to it and everything. I tried playing that. It fucking drags so much. Like, I think I played the game for 4 hours, and there were, like, 2 kind of like, oh, that's a little uncanny, but there was, like, no horror. It was so fucking slow. And so I'm just like, I don't know if I have, actually, now that I think about it, there is something I downloaded on here. Maybe I should try it. I got it because it was like really cheap a long time ago. Where the hell is it? It's a visual novel. I might have passed it. This! Kododama, The 7 Mysteries of Fujisawa. Maybe I should play that. But yeah, I don't play a lot of visual novels on stream because, like I said, it's hard to figure out if one of them is actually going to, like, be good for stream, or if I'm basically just going to be reading through dialogue for hours and nothing actually happens, you know? But there's probably lists of ones that are, like, more appropriate, and I know people would probably want me to play, like, Doki Doki Literature Club or something, and don't get me wrong, I already know all about that game. I know what that game actually is. So the other thing is, like, man, I feel like if I play that, my reactions to it would be probably not very sincere because I already know. I'd probably be like, oh, well, that's weird. Oh, that's a strange thing that happened. But I'm also not, like, very good with horror games purely because I don't, like, yell. Like, I'll get startled and stuff like that, but usually I'm very, like, I get more annoyed with horror games. You finished the base game of Dual Destinies? Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's great. Guys, did you, her head, eyes? Oh, and then, yeah. Base game. Oh yeah, because I forgot, Dual Destinies does have a DLC case, doesn't it? I think I got the version that had, like, the extra, I can't remember. Don't play Zero Escape games? Oh, puzzles? Funnily enough, I did play 999, and yes, that game, it was good, but yes, definitely. I think I had 999, and then the sequel. I don't remember what the sequel. I think there's 3 games because they're like the Nonary games. It's 999, something, then something else, and I might have all 3, but I can't remember. Doing that Wednesday? Oh, okay, I gotcha. But yeah, no, I get it sucks because like, and I get it. Visual novels are all about like, but that's literally it's like, oh, you're going through, you're immersing yourself in all that. But for streaming, it's hard to tell if that's like really a thing. I feel like stuff like that would be better for me to do for YouTube because people watch Twitch and YouTube for like kind of two different things. Granted, every single YouTube video we'll see of this is me being in chat and streaming it. Second game is mostly voice, so it's better, but it drags. I gotcha. Yeah. So I'm like, stuff like that, I'm like, maybe I should do more visual novels, but just have them on YouTube side, because on that side, more people, Twitch is more about the interaction, whereas YouTube is more about just purely like kind of putting it up and either watching it, or if you're like me, you just kind of have it up as background sound. Like you listen to what the people are saying, and because most of the time, if I have like a YouTuber up, like I watch Game Grumps and stuff like that, they're generally playing games that I've already played. So I'll just kind of listen to their reactions to things and stuff like that. And I feel like visual novels, like it would be almost like listening to like a, oh God, an audiobook. There we go. Except, sometimes people die. Like that's one of the ones I kind of wanted to play is Danganronpa, but that one can also kind of drag. Danganronpa, I guess, is like Ace Attorney, but more anime, if that makes sense. I mean, obviously, you guys probably all know what Danganronpa is, but I've heard the first and second one are good, and then my friends are like the third one kind of sucks, and then I think there's one that's just like a straight up shooter. I don't, like the Ultra Despair Girls one. I don't know if that's actually just because I don't know. Yeah, but it's a classic. Exactly. Ace Attorney dragging at some points. Okay, yeah. Oh, well, I can't say I'm impressed. Still, this could be useful, or surprised. Deborah's card has been added to the court record. Okay. Let's take a look at this man's card. I bet I gotta get the dog to sniff it. There's a stain. It's dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Oh, and the dog is gonna smell the oil and track this fancy, smelly oil back to the factory. Oh yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Okay, Ultra Despair Girls is a spin-off. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah, that was one of the ones where it's just like, where I guess they were just riding off the success of the series, and everybody was like, this fucking blows. More importantly, so maybe, I don't even know if I have Danganronpa. Maybe my brother has it. I should share his Steam library again. Because, yeah, I would play through those. I kind of know a bit about them, but not enough to be like, oh, I already know everything about this, so playing this game is pointless on stream, Oh, yeah, AI Somnium Files, yeah. Fully voice. It's fun, but there's a flowchart thing going on. Oh, yeah, because that does that one have multiple endings or just multiple paths, I guess? Because I know 999, God, that was the thing. I had to, do so much shit. There was a couple of times I had to look things up because I'm like, I don't know how to trigger this shit. Raincode? Is Raincode... I think I had seen that advertised. Is that a newer one, or is there an older... Or is it a series? Is Raincode a series? I'm sorry. There's sometimes I'll have names, rattling around in my head, and I don't remember, if they're a new or an old thing, or... Heard about it? Okay, yeah. Because I think I saw stuff for Raincode on Twitter. Biggest fumble. The gameplay was fun, but the story was bad. Oh. More importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expected that. Okay. But maybe we can... Wait, I know what we gotta do. Maybe now Miss Lab Lady is there. Nope. Okay, well, let's go back to... Where we're going? Stage. It's basically Danganronpa, but different setting. Oh, okay. You give this to the dog? About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. No! I only know A to E. That's only 5. Okay. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Okay, good. At first, I thought this was gonna like put me in a circle where it's like, oh, she doesn't know this because you haven't done the right shit yet. But thankfully, I got Susato here. Thank you, Susato. How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It'll be fine, but there's references? Oh, interesting. Okay. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No. We didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby. Give me the dog. Hi, Toby. Since the smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. There you guys go. They were too cowardly to put actual sniffing sounds in the game. But they'll have him bark. I think he picked up a scent. So, you know what I mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? Yeah. That's right, that's exactly what we're hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... wants a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. I can't do anything there yet, Shiro. I went there and I looked at all the stuff and basically learned that Ryunosuke is just a big fucking weenie. Because he's like, oh, look at this beautiful mahogany case. And Susato's like, there's a skeleton in there. And he's like, I don't want to think about the skeleton. And then you look at the organs in like formaldehyde and he's like, oh, those must be like pickled things. And he's like, those are organs. And he's like, they're not organs. So yeah, he's just a big fucking weenie. Okay. That's all I learned from that. There's a book on her desk? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Well, investigating the scene. Wait, why did that change? Well, I'll move for now. I thought I did. You specifically have to look at the book? Weird. You'd be scared too? I mean, I don't know. Skeletons are a little spooky, but they don't bother me too much. Oh, really? God, that's so annoying. Specifically the book. Why the hell would they do that? Look at this big, thick book here. That appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? Clear the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. That's a lot. That's a lot. 500? Must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. Does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using them all for? Well, that was the other thing that got me about this. Oh, they're going to show up now. Okay. So that's why they didn't show up. So annoying. Because I feel like this game doesn't have it, but they added it. I can't remember if they added it in Apollo Justice or Dual Destinies, but they did add something. Well, yeah, I know I need to do that new line. I just came back here because I was like, I might as well take care of this. This has auto. No. I mean, what I mean is like, the other game had it so that if you investigated everything in a room, I believe like a check mark showed up to be like, okay, you've done everything you can here. you know? And generally this game, once you've done everything, they're like, okay, let's move on. But also like in this case, I was like, there's nobody here. So I just assume that I have to do other stuff. And then she shows up because that's how 90% of this game works. So stuff like that's kind of annoying where it's like, oh no, you have to investigate everything. You don't? I thought that it did at some point. Or maybe it just, they started doing a thing where they're like, okay, well, now we're moving on. Because some of the earlier games you could get lost because they didn't have any clear indicator that you'd seen everything you needed to see. Plus, there's a lot of other stuff in this room, like looking at the skeleton. I mean, I guess if I had just looked directly at the book, it probably would have triggered it no matter what. But that was there since the trilogy? Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I hadn't seen anything like that on here. Certain stuff, yeah. What are you doing? The guy in red, white. Oh, okay. Ah. Oh, hi. God, you're so pale. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strong told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asman's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Okay, that's fine. Your findings. Okay, easy peasy. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odi Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. Don't know what to tell you. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. We know, in a later game we could just spray for them, and also blood. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place, but it didn't. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Oh, well, fair. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. It hasn't cleared anything up at all. It made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Wow. Imagine that. Hello? Mama, what is this? Hello? Why are so many people wearing hoods or weird masks? Ah, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. In court, you have to draw conclusions on how the guy died. Oh, God. Yeah. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naruho. Mama? Yes? Can I cut this one up? Oh, no! What? No, I'm alive. Oh, is that why you got through so many scalpels? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Wow, I'm sure all coroners talk like this, like everybody that is alive is a specimen. Yeah, I guess she is a MILF. Please stop putting your knife so close to your mom's head. I don't know if is that actually your daughter or... Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. So let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Wait, can I examine your daughter? That sounds a little weird. Where'd she go? Specimen is a little guy. What are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Waiting for you to get the fuck out of here. Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Yeah, okay. But what if I just look at this book again? I would love if this game actually had like fucking kill screens. Like you go to get the book and she just like stabs you. Just stabs you. Okay, let's go back. I gotta go back up another stage. Well, it's not. I mean, it's not that weird. What that daughter do, though? Oh yeah, I'm allowed to go to the exhibition now. Oi! That's off limits up there. Try to sneak past me again, and I'll stuff your gob full of boss's fish and chips. Oh, we need. I have this. Oh, wait. Is that what the dialogue changed to? Was the yeah, okay. It's weird that it's because I hadn't talked to her. I hadn't actually talked to her. I had only shown her the card. I forgot about that. Gina, we were actually hoping that we can investigate the scene again. Yeah, all right. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, no. Yeah, you can play with Toby. The machine exploded. I haven't seen it yet. You can't go up here. Oh, we can go up here though. Yeah, because the special dispensation. She's saying all this shit again. The forensic investigation team. That's the one. Yeah. Okay, got it. It's been lifted. It'll be lifted in. Yeah, bigwig. Like. I like how we have to go through all this again instead of just being like, we got permission from him. Not like written permission. Trust me. He said I could go up there. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh, yeah? Honestly. All right, then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. Oh, that'd suck for him. So you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Yeah, I don't care. All right, then. Them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you. Okay, now we can go. Right then, Odo. Leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna go get after that dodgy engineer Cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. Afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Okay, bye. Ready, Toby? Get that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. Okay, bye. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yeah, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Remember that joke? It's very good. It's a good joke. We're going to the exhibition. Remember that time that Naruhodo was dumb? Let's repeat it 20 times. Okay. Oh, what? Oh my. So this is the machine. Yeah, it looks a lot shittier than when I saw it the last time. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrained went through in order to gain that research grant. No. The professor was tricked. He didn't know anything about it. There you go. 422. There's a gag in the community where people call him Ryan when he's being stupid. I mean, fair. Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. What does that mean? What does that mean? You're right about that. Never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Well, I don't know. Seems like there's some shit going on with your dad. Is that foreshadowing? Bum, bum, bum. Look, is that? Oh, hi, Mr. Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks. So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do. No, he's not. He already said he's not. I trust that he's not. Ryanosuke? Oh, gross. No. We have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Yeah, you know what's it's always funny to me is when the community is like very divisive about like how to say a name. Granted, Ryanosuke is like a very common name, I'm sure, like not super strange. So we know what that is. But like if they're very like divisive, like they're like Final Fantasy X. I call the main character Titus. Although people say that it's supposed to be Titus, but Titus sounds really stupid. So I'm gonna keep calling him Titus. Like, and sometimes like the official thing will say the pronunciation and you're like, I know you guys made this thing, but are you sure? Not move, talk, examine. Examine the Reaper. Look at him. Witness him. Yeah, he might be a vampire. Ellie, hello. How are you doing today? How are them legs? Ugh, least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row. Wow, just deal with him. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Why are you behind me? Just talk to him. Lord Van Zeeks. I'm trying to holler. What? Why is he always got to be like that? But I hope you're doing well. I am happy. I finally got a call from the mechanic this morning. Legs be dying on your way home now. Might actually be home, but yeah, no, that's great. Like, not the dying, but the being home by midnight, you know, or before midnight. But no, I got a call about like 9 this morning. I was still in bed because I was just like, But I got a call about my car. They finally hashed shit out with the warranty company. So work is being done. And I'm like, please, I really hope that it's done tonight so I can pick it up and then just get to work tomorrow. But I feel like if not tonight, tomorrow at the latest, even though I just want my car back. I want to make money again. But I'm glad that you are off and on your way back. I know, finally, exactly. I'm just like, please, guys. I know for you guys, my car can sit there indefinitely and you don't care. No skin off your nose. But I need that to live. What? Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Did you? You were just standing there, though. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. But then my assistant was like, you gotta talk to the man. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. Yeah, he says it so, and I feel like he says it with so much disdain. And yet, you've managed to disturb me. Ah! Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Hey, about your dead bro. Well, because he's the exception to the rule. He's the Lord Van Zeeks of Whitehall, or whatever his family shit is. Not of least which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. Ask him about his dead family members. Oh, it's literally the top one. Are you kidding me? It might have been that might have been the sign. Maybe we just read it wrong. Not prohibited from him, of course, only the peasants. Yeah, only to the dirty Easterners. Hey, I heard about your bro. So, Clint, that is the worst way to start that conversation. How do you know that name? Yeah. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks. You Nipponese. Always had to be on guard whenever you're around. What does that mean, Van Zeeks? You can't just say that. You can't just say that. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no. It's not like that. Well, all right. It's a bit like that. Is he serious? So, Clint. I heard about this dead guy, and it seems like he's your brother. How silly. He's very bad at this. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Ah, yes, the professor. Thanks for reminding me. Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised with your tiny Eastern brain. Sorry, there's more to it then. Would you be willing to tell me about how your brother died? Was it terrible? I bet it was terrible. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Well, at least you said it was my trademark and not the trademark of my people. You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? Wait. So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Susato in to save the day and talk in a way that's not stupid. Make people believe they could work as lawyers and... Yeah, no. I mean, I feel like they purposefully make the protagonist, like, kind of, like, stupid smart. So you're like, oh, yeah, no, I can kind of relate to this. I could do this. And then I'd be talking to this man, and he'd be like, I'm not going to tell you anything. I'd be like, okay, bye. And then that would be the end of my investigation career. Are you aware of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean... Oh no! Was it him? Was it a waxwork of Mr. Man? Or... Yes, it's the Oh no, it's the professor. It was, they probably said that. But I already forgot. Look, there's a lot of stuff I've had to put in my brain since I started playing this game. But granted, is a crazy thing. Oh, maybe. You'd be just like how you are in Tokyo Dark, Ellie. Hardworking, loyal, but also very low sanity. It's fine. As long as you figure out what's happening, do you really need to be fully sane? Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. Okay, I'm sorry. Tuspel's, definitely. I feel like Sith is a little bit too cold, and Tuspel's is... I'm sorry. Like, Tuspel's, even if this is just her face, she's just way cuter. I think talking about waifu material type thing. She's a coroner. She also referred to me as a specimen, mostly because her daughter wanted to kill me. But Tuspel's is also a cute little witch lady that works at a wax museum. I don't know. He's also, oh, well. Oh, man. Dang, Sith is almost 40. It's hard to tell. Everybody, like, Gregson definitely looks like he's 40. You know what? I kind of figured you'd say that. I don't know. She is sassy, actually. Tuspels is a little bit sassy, but she's also going through it right now. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Stop saying that! Unless they actually turn as white as a sheet, don't describe them as turning white as a sheet. That's false advertising. He's exactly the same pale color he's always been. Possibly single mother? I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't want kids right now, though. And I mean, just think, Tuspels beat a man over a head with a wax arm. That's pretty badass. You need a woman who can beat a man with a wax arm. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who had straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but would very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Suzuto-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. I mean, that's exactly, just be straightforward. Stop beating around the bush. Yeah, she does have a weapon on hand. And a hand weapon. Nope. Wow, Uber, another slap to the face. Uber just sent me an email and they're like, here's your earnings breakdown for this week. It's 0. I haven't been driving because my car's in the shop, Uber. Fucking, thanks a lot. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Oh, so he's gonna look like this, but older. Oh, he's gaunt. Is he? Okay, he has a monocle. He looks malnourished, though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Uber listening in and want to kick somebody who's already down. Yeah, exactly. Freaking rude. What? Oh, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I can't work him out at all. Yeah, here's 10 cents. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 10 cents. Photograph of Drebber has been entered to the court record. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Why did they suck at photographs back then? Oh, no. Oh, it's you, the other person who doesn't talk. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Oh. Are you all right? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Okay. Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. Reminds me of Dansley from Genshin. Yeah, true. So I'm not the only one, right, Dansley? Suzuto-san can see it too. He looks a lot like someone we know. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? He doesn't talk. With him? Why? Is he about to just yeet? He yeeted. He yeeted. Kazuma-sama. Oh, I knew it. Ah! Ah! Because he... Oh. Kazuma... Oh, he does... Oh, he has amnesia. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence, it can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. They call that puberty, Ryunosuke. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Take off the cloak! Take it off! Take it Bye. Take it off. Ooh, wait. Too late. He read. What's going on here? I'm pretty sure. Oh, your apprentice. I think we know him. He can't be Cosmo. But the thing is, we talked about it earlier, and we were like, technically, Mr. Herlock Sholmes was the one who checked him and said he was dead, but there's a possibility that Mr. Herlock Sholmes might have lied about things. That's blonde or something that has the same body type. I mean, fair. What if his name was like... What if his name was, Fuck. What if his name was Amuzak? Because that's Kazuma backwards. Sorry, I had to type it because I couldn't figure it out in my head. And try a crew, the ship wouldn't mess it. Well, I don't know. Look, a lot of those people seem kind of dumb. There's a good possibility. You never know. Yeah, what is your interest in my apprentice? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, we might... Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. Oh, what is this, Kingdom Hearts? Why do we got amnesia? He has amnesia? That's what he just said. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. Definitely saw a reaction there. When Suzaru-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Yeah, I know, that's what she said. Stop crying. We'll figure it out. Not like we can do much here. We're gonna examine stuff. Oh. Vansix is pretty hot, though. Just saying. No, Beth said the same thing. He's kind of a dick, but he's like, he does cut a nice figure. He also throws a lot of wine bottles and glasses, and sometimes he likes to put his leg on the stand, which is probably unsanitary, but I'm sure he washes his boots before trial. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. What they call the bird cage was right there in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. Looks as if it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Yeah, he does seem like he'd be... Yeah, his office looks like very organized compared to mine. Well, he doesn't seem to have any servants. He probably washes the boots, maybe. Well, actually, no, he is nobility. I don't know. We only saw his office, not his home. He's probably got like 30 pairs of the same boots, constantly like in rotation. Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. Does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention, personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation, and I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. And here in America, they're made out of sticks and plaster, and people wonder why they light on fire so easily. He wouldn't wash them himself. Ah, yes, I do agree with you there. I can't help but wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. Oh, it's... Naruhodo, I thought we were going to say something cool. I thought you were going to be cool. Or blow away. I mean, this is true. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood. More precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. Suppose they must have brought it back when they'd finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. Why would you keep that in there? No, that's right. It would be stinky. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. The whole bird cage, just in my pocket. Oh, is Von Zeke's gonna yell at me for touching it? Oh no, you're gonna... You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Von Zeke's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're gonna need to speak with him about that. And hopefully he won't dance around it. Oh, hi! You're going to have to leave now. Well, I was leaving anyway. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Just problems. Get out of here. Foreign affairs problems. Yeah, exactly. Well, we could do without that. All right, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato. Of course. Is that a massive cage in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Well, I think we're done. We've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber, I'm sure Gina and little Toby wouldn't let us down. Oh man, bye, cool. Yeah, I know. We have to go back to the regular sounds of whatever. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We had to find him at Madame Tespel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary art waxwork exhibit. All game protagonists always carry one of those bags that Hermione had in Harry Potter. Of course. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. Okay. So now we can go back here. Okay. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to this place yet. I'd still like to turn my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course. Yeah, she just wants sweets. Eek! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Well, no, because it's Sholmes. Being dumb. Madame Tussauds. Oh, you did? Wait. Did you go there on your trip just now, or had you been there like years ago? Because yeah, it's a play on Tussauds, which is like the actual waxworks place. Looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha. What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. He's just hanging out. There's I mean, look at her. She's even got like a little wristy thing. She's still got the money for stuff in her pocket. She's got the dark lipstick on. What's not to like? Red eyes? Years ago, first time you... Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So, as you can see, he's returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Allures. Do not disturb, huh? Okay, but I want to ask him why he lied about my friend. Poor Suzato-san. She looks very perplexed. You'd have to see. When a celeb is faking being a waxwork. Wow. She's probably into horoscopes. She might reject you based on your sign. Well, true. Well, that's fine. I mean, you got to give a fair shake anyway. I want to see the professor. Can I look at the professor? Oh, yes. The heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whoever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? But we know it's just a graveyard. The sign says it's Madame Tespel's special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already? Be pretty obvious which is real and wax. I mean, fair. Even the best waxwork there's still those flaws and everything. Yeah, I don't know, maybe she'd like a Leo. I don't know what she'd be. The prank videos. Well, look, I'm sorry. I feel like a lot of those videos are very staged. But that's just me being kind of cynical because a lot of stuff on the internet it's really hard to discern what is and isn't staged at this point. A lot of people just like getting reactions. Whether or not it's like watching 5-minute crafts and being like, all of these are dumb and why do they exist? But yeah, just, oh man. Stuff like that. Yeah, it's not my doing. Okay. Yeah, it's not your fault. Okay, so we can't see the special exhibit. I'd say, and if it's not, people are, yeah, well, you know what, Ellie? We can't say much because we have seen some of the depths of humanity and their stupidity. So, God, maybe they really just are. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's kind of like playing horror games. Like, I've played plenty of horror games where I'm like, this isn't scary at all. And then I've seen other people play the same horror game, and they are so goddamn scared. And I'm like, I don't get it. You know? So maybe it's the same thing. But just with stupid people who say that humanity is pretty low. Yeah. But those elevators, though, Ellie, we know people love elevators. And taking pictures in them. Yeah. Really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he? He's right here. He's literally here. Oh. How have you not? I think you might find he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Herlock Sholmes. Oh, did she faint? Did she actually faint? Oops. Well, she's dead. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not a questionable street food quality. So we've never seen an escalator, so if you're a person who's never been exposed to something like that, you'd afraid. Okay, you know what? Fair. That is fair. I mean, I guess, like, I know all about escalators and elevators and even those, like, moving walkways in some of the really big airports and stuff. I don't know if those have, like, a specific name. I just call them moving walkways. Yeah, welcome home. Yeah, Suzato didn't notice. And she's the smart... See, that's the other thing that kind of gets... I mean, granted, I get it's the theme of the game, but, like, one of the things that got me is, like, you play Apollo Justice, yeah? And you get Athena. And Athena is supposed to be, like, a genius. But she says some of, like, the dumbest shit, and I'm like, if you're gonna, like, make my second an idiot, you should have just kept Maya. Like, I love Maya, but she is, you know, that's her thing. But, yeah. Oh, you can do PokéStart to start if you'd like. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand? I already have one, but... Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far, for that matter. Oh, he's hungry. Stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. Yeah. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Score. Oh, wow. It's okay. Oh, wow. Oh, yes. It's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Yeah, there's just very few of them. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yeah, it's still a rarity, but I mean, they do exist. Yes. I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspells at all costs. Wow. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Yes, why did you lie to me? Okay, Enoch Drebber. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh, honestly, out of the three in there, I probably liked Score Bunny the best. Although I think it is funny because people talk about Score Bunny's final evolution. The Score Bunny and then Raboot and then the third one. Ah, I already forgot. Frick. Iris Food Funds. Thank you. Cinderace. That one. Yeah. And he's called that because he has a move that's basically like a soccer kick thing. Which I thought was fun. But people are like, he kind of looks like he's a character from like Breath of Fire, and I was like, oh god, they're not wrong. He does look like he comes from something very shonen. Pyroball, yeah. Oh? Because starters for a little while have been getting their own like specific moves. Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. Swindler and an engineer? Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. Really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. You want Weed Cat in your Poke collection? I could give you Weed Cat. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. You'd never evolve it. Yeah, I mean, Meowscarada's great and all, but I kind of wish that cats' Pokemon would, like, stay on their 4 feet. We're not allowed to have Pokemon that stay quadrupeds. Fire Derpy Dino, though. Yeah. You know, it's really funny because it was the opposite with Fuecoco, because Fuecoco is a biped, and then it goes back to just being a really flamey crocodile boy. And then we don't talk about the duck. Nobody talks about the duck. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, I have little to occupy myself and a little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay. Hey, I need to ask you about something else. What duck? Oh, the duck, because there's Weed Cat, Fire Chompy Boy, and then Duck. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What duck? Oh, is that why you said what duck? Because you're like, we don't talk about it? I get it. Sorry, I made a joke, and then I forgot immediately. And then I was like, wait, what are you talking about? Did you lie to us? My dear Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? And I get the theme they were going for because, you know, this place, the region was basically Spain, but also I was just like, can't do this duck, this dancing duck. Stereotype pretty boys in anime. I mean, fair. Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Yeah. Your words were very clear. So then let us unravel this mystery and discover what led to his death. Told us it was a murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. James was a Pokemon. You know what? Fair. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asagi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. What if he was like a Frankenstein monster? You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. This isn't a joke. Priceless? I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Hey, please, Mr. Sholmes, hey, you can't just drop that bomb on us and then be like, tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Okay, you know what? Fuck you too. Well, he said to show him stuff. Oh wait, maybe he knows Mr. Drebber. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Yeah, they were grieving, and he's just like, sometimes I don't give a fucking shit and I lie, bitches. Priceless. Whip out the bird cage. Yeah, just put him in it. This is where you'll go until you tell us the truth, Mr. Sholmes. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. Herlock Sholmes, confirmed racist. Said all Englishmen look the same. You're one of them. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you all right, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden. Yeah, this is true. He can talk about it. It's okay. He's a white guy. He can talk about white people. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? It depends. Are you going to stop lying? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? That's a special one-time only price, you understand. Actually, you know what? I have a question for you, Ellie. I mean, I'd pose it to anybody else, but I think everybody else here is American or European at least. Because Nipponese would be more, well, I guess that's still an English name to them, but at least it's not Japanese. Because I mean, technically Japan is Nippon, so Nipponese. So do Swedish people have like a name for themselves compared to like everybody else that like in Swedish? Because I don't know. I don't know what Japanese would call it, but I guess Nipponese would be more close to the actual thing than Japanese, because Japan is our English interpretation of Nippon. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, because I'm fumbling and I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I figure each like country or culture probably has like their own specific name for themselves. What? Oh, no. No, I was wondering if you guys had like a Swedish word or something for native Swedish people. Because, you know, he's throwing around Nipponese a lot, which I guess would technically be correct, but that's still like an English whatever. Yes? Oh, okay. Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Okay, so the reason why Herlock Sholmes is working here is because he's broke as hell because he did some dumb stuff and he needs to be able to make rent and get food. So he's there. Nippon is just the Japanese word for Japan. I mean, fair. Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point, yeah. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Okay, the problem is, you're showing us the special exhibit. So that money should just actually be going to Madame Tuspel. Is she gonna come and like kill you now because you're taking money out from under her? Okay, so now we're gonna open the curtain. But no one in Japan says Nipponese yet. This is just the workaround because I think actually saying Japanese might have been taken as offensive. Oh, okay. Or they're just playing with words like Naruhodo. I mean, fair. Yeah, well, the money's been spent. Let's check it out. Let's look at the professor. Through these heavy curtains at last. Oh, okay. Heavy curtains. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? Exactly! No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. You can't say that! You can't say that! Is this what makes Britain great? Next they're gonna say that they're about to pull the greatest boner. Word for Swede. Oh, it's just Swedes? Okay, even... Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure if there was, like, anything... I guess, like Spanish or Mexicans and Mexico is just Mexicano or Mexicana. I guess it usually is that one way or the other. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Okay, open it. Enough suspense. I paid 5 shillings. Okay. Oh, the head's gone. Hello? Where's the head? No head? Oh, dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight back home via a really big confectionery. No sweets. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. Finnish are the Finns. Norwegians, however, are just Norwegian. They don't have one in English, but in Swedish. Oh, really? Strange. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective. Stop saying that. It's far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. There was fun on the ground and breaks escape. Yeah, exactly. Be that as it may, with like a guitar riff in the background. Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in there, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Suzato-san's voice tremble? I don't know, both? Oh, I bet if I examine the shovel, she's gonna say it's a spade. It's so real. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look, that's a spade. Perhaps we should investigate. Oh, he didn't do it. Amazing. Are you... Okay. Can I look at his face? Can't see his face very well. Can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, dude, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was. Don't worry. Am I taking his head off? Did I just take the man's head off? Whoa. Oh, he turned him around. Oh! Wait. The professor is the dude? That's the picture. That's why Sholmes was... Ah! Well, what on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible this man is... Yes. Oh, yeah. It's Enoch Drebber. Color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Yeah, wow, that's what... Mr. Sholmes. Sorry, a friend just talked to me. This man is on the is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he in the exhibit? I don't know what's happening, but insert surprised face. Yeah, no, it's because we're looking for this Enoch Drebber man, who's the one who he's done some like weird. He's the one who made this strange experiment, and now it's centered around this guy here because he was the scientist who developed all of the science for it, and then somebody got killed, so he's being tried for murder, but we're trying to find Mr. Enoch Drebber because he's the one who made the machine. Oh, he's the same age as me. Why does he look so old? Why? So we're trying to find him to figure out, like, well, because we need to take him in because he's technically the one that made this murder machine. And right now, Gina and her trusty dog are trying to find his workshop, and we're just talking with Sholmes, and now we're learning that this guy was part of something else a while ago. And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. Yeah, Albert in prison, yeah. So he's currently there until we can prove his innocence. What a surprise. So then the case isn't solved yet, is it? Yeah, so we have this investigation phase, and then we have 2 more trial phases. 2 more. And then we'll be done with this this chapter, as it were. The case isn't solved yet, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. Tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Dog! Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. What do you mean? Yeah, what is strange? Well, the displays at the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one, this surely could never really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Oh? Oh. There's oh God. You know what? I feel like this investigation phase is even longer than the first, and granted, it's like actually packed with stuff that I need to know about the trial, but my God, so much. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one of them being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and have had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. Yeah, we're spilling the tea now. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean the professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Well, now it's public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh! Murder, intrigue, affairs. The very night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Oh, so the professor is actually not Drebber. Came back to life? Drebber just was a gravedigger, I guess. He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. Yeah, Drebber's not the professor, he's just a gravedigger. Seems pretty bad. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat who happens to be Enoch Drebber. You saw it happen. Back, sorry, had to run to the bathroom. What have you missed? Okay, so the scene is depicting... I can't remember if there's a button I can press to just, like, look behind. I don't think there is, though. But basically, the man on the left is Enoch Drebber, and I'm gonna guess he was going for a bout of grave digging when the professor, the actual convict, rose out of the grave. Like, he was tried and found guilty and executed, but then he came back to life. I guess. The young witness. And we know, and maybe that's what turned Drebber's hair white. You know? So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber, back when he was young and not as gaunt. Gravedigger, gold digger, scammer. Pipeline is real. Trickle down economics, as it were. So this is a waxwork model. Yeah. Getting everything off is the best feeling. I know. That's why I don't like wearing clothes very much. Although I guess it's better when you have the clothes and then you take them and you're like, I don't have to wear this shit anymore. So, so you made it back home. And it's just after midnight, but I'm guessing you got there like pretty recently. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried. Okay, gibbeted is just another fancy word for hung. Emerged from his grave in the dead of the night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. You know what, well, give or take, because I think it says Drebber's like 35, so he would have been 25. Oh, if that happened 15 years ago. So horrifying. You got home at exactly midnight? Damn. The witching hour. Well, depending on how you think of it. I always get confused, because the witching hour is, depending on what people think, is anywhere between midnight and like 3 a.m. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he had seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Oh. Yeah, as shown in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tusspel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Guess what? What was he up to? I don't know. Probably grave digging? Yeah. Me too, if I got that jump scared. I mean, fair. Maybe he peed himself too. Oh god, can you imagine that? Being a police officer and there's just a guy with like white hair and just covered in piss and he's like, I was digging at the graveyard for no particular reason and also a man came out of the ground. Please come with me. What's up, Sholmes? Oh, following the execution. Okay, cool. More to talk about. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yeah, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of shocking witness accounts of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did the people stop believing in it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by that? No resurrection. Exactly what he said, Ryunosuke. I mean, someone gets up out of a grave, what do? I don't know. Give him a high five? I think he's drunk or something. Yeah, he's fine. But you think, yeah, I mean, fair. But what do you mean by no resurrection? Police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No, But that would mean Mr. Drebber was hallucinating on drugs. Must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. Yeah, It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. Oh, but my best friend Cosma could come back to life and have amnesia. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Unless he dyed his hair. Maybe he bleached it. Okay, This must be the killer. The professor. Yeah, I think so, according to what Madame Tuspel said. Killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models of this place. I don't know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Okay, extreme close-up. So this is the condemned man. So what are we having for dinner tonight, Ellie? Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Plus, we just said he was hung. Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Nothing. Why nothing? Did you eat at work? Did you have lunch? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. Yeah, then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-minded... Stop. Could there be another reason why it wasn't returned? Whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. I've only had a Oh. Okay, there. I mean, I can't get mad at you. Usually when I work, I eat very light, which is one of the reasons why I'm like, I want to get back to work because, you're at home all day and you get bored and you're like, well, I'll just eat something. No. I need to be able to work. Something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. Oh, is there? It's a piece of broken glass? Quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? Wait, is his hand also dirty? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example, like the Crystal Tower? Ah, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Oh, my God. He actually put 2 and 2 together immediately. You still do have salad in the fridge if you want something, though? Okay, well, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. And I know sometimes you're just not very hungry, but... snacks or salad might be a cool idea now that you're off of work and relaxing. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. Wow, I figured that out 5 sentences before him, so I'm the better detective. Why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? I don't know. Maybe it was there. Makes you think, doesn't it? Okay, it looks like it comes from the Crystal Tower. Earlier in the court, we established that kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Okay, I think that's all I can examine. We already looked at the head. Back it up. I guess we'll look at him again. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. We'll see if you get hungry at some point. No, I gotcha. That's why I said, yeah. And I know if you... Like, I understand it too. If you don't feel hungry, eating is just going to make things worse. Or you just won't be able to because you're like, wow, I've had 2 bites of this and the whole thing is very unappealing. It's part of the exhibit. Yeah, okay. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. He has a large shovel. Okay. so maybe there's still something I missed about it? I mean, I guess I didn't really look at... Create a camera. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera, but it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholm's skin prints? I don't want to think about that. I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholm's inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment the dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. The camera has been entered into the court record. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? Let's open it up and look at the thing. Our boy is a little dumb. Well, he doesn't know anything about science. It's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. Point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, well, I certainly couldn't do it. Not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Okay, and we already... Oh. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? I don't know. Feels like a lot of things point to the one thing you could be doing in a graveyard with a shovel. Mrs. Otto. Yes? That's a spade. Oh, no! Oh, shut up. Shut up. Yeah, you're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Yeah, it is. Sure is. I already looked at his face. Okay, so I think I've done everything I can do with the man. Man checked. Okay, everything checked. We literally had to check everything and go through the stupid shovel spade argument. Oh, what the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I'm on the big screen now. Hello, Ellie apartment. I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so Gina, not so loud in the museum. Stop with the grenade launcher. Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so. All right, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. Okay, speaking of which, let's take a look at the camera. Photographic plate. But why would they have like a real camera with a real photographic plate? Oh, look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. There's no plate. Something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Pretty sure just yeah, fair. But people do a lot of things in these games that are considered illegal, and they're like, haha, no, it's just a funny quirk. Like when Francesca von Karma whips the judge and everybody in the courtroom, and that's not contempt of court. It's just what she does. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Of course, Usato-san, she looks devastated. Okay, so this was actually kind of pointless. Well, maybe not pointless. Oh, what a wonderful machine. Really love contraptions like this, don't you? Yeah, people destroy evidence in front of the judge. People lie to the judge. People do all kinds of things in front of the judge. Pretty sure they enjoy that, though. I mean, look, I did really like Mon Karma, even if she was a little crazy. But it's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's probably why the judge let it pass. He was probably like, oh. And then he just never said anything. He just was like, oops. Yeah. Oh, yes, anything mechanical I find is absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me by the time the rumblings of his stomach... Oh, time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Stop taking people's watches apart. Oh, there's blood! Look, Mr. Naruhodo, what is it? On the bellows just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm not sure. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. There's blood on the bellows. Well, I guess it's a good thing I extended the little doohickey. All right, camera, examine. Wait, can I check the glass? It's glass. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything quite like it. Do you see someone so happy to find blood? Well, it's because that means that this is actually going to be important later. Watched a lawyer play, and he said in real court, if these witnesses got caught in a lie, they would lose all credit. Yeah, no, exactly. Instead of just being like, oh, slap on the wrist. So they'd be like, yeah, no, this isn't court. Yeah. Like, and I mean, it is a parody of court, but sometimes you look at it and you're like, wow, like some of this stuff is like, this would never fly. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Yeah. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely? Yes, I think so too. It's probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Yeah. Wait, can I look? I can look at the birdcage. Thank you for the follow, Puzzles. I forgot to look at the birdcage. Let's look at it now. This part's all broken. Ah, look here, Miss Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a great height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down to the Crystal Tower below. 2 hours already passed. I know! I've just been... It goes really fast with this, but also I'm like, it's the longest 2 hours of my life. All about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Leaving the man inside tragically dead. Yeah, I used to stream a lot more, and then I started working more, and now I've been streaming more. I mean, I always stream every Monday anyway, but once I get my car back, I'll go back to working more, so I'll probably just keep my schedule of Friday and Saturday playing games with my friends RC and Zunder, and then Monday doing this, and then whatever's next. And Sunday is, I've just kind of made it movie night in my Discord. We've been watching Poirot and Pokemon movies. And then yesterday I saw Golden Boy. Have you seen Golden Boy, Ellie? It's a classic, but I had never actually watched it. I just seen GIFs. Golden Boy is actually, well, the main character is just like a horn dog, but it's actually very good and surprisingly wholesome, although there are titties. Though, all things considered, compared to like modern anime, there's not nearly as many titties. So, you know, and it's 90s. It's a different time for boobs. Yeah. Let Van Zeeks taste it. He might find, he does like the blood or the red. Yeah, crash down with the victim inside. Okay, is that the only detail we're adding, or? I guess that's the only, okay, well, it's good to update the court record. Animate? No, never. It's old? Yeah, oh god, what year did it come out, actually? Crunchyroll, because I watched it yesterday on Crunchyroll. Continue watching. Oh, somebody, I really do need to watch Spy Family. Where's history? Animation is fun. It is very meta. The last there's only 6 episodes on it. When did? You know what? I probably should just look it up. Golden Boy. Well, the manga came out. When did the manga come out? Okay. No, the first episode for it came out in 1995 in Japan. So that it's like 30 years old. Genre: erotic comedy. Wow. But yeah, it's only 6 episodes. But it's pretty funny. But no, it's great. And the fact that it's 6 episodes was one of the reasons why I watched it yesterday, because I was like, I could knock this out in like 2 hours. Easy. And I'm starting to very much appreciate anime that I can finish very quickly and then get on to the next thing. Yeah, you haven't watched Akira? Ellie, we should watch Akira and Grave of the Fireflies. We should watch all the things. Yeah, Akira is very good. All right, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. Okay. Oh, we got off. Sorry, people on YouTube that watch this. I just got on a tangent talking about Golden Boy and all this other stuff, and then I forgot I was playing a game. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found the Dodgy Cove's workshop. We never got to finish Sweden's version of, yeah! Oh, the Love is Blind. Right? I gotta look it up. All the episodes have to be out somewhere. I feel like I just had to be like, RC, find it for me. Because for some reason, I can look all over the place and not find stuff. And then RC is like, in 2 seconds, RC is like, here's the thing. And I'm like, but how did you find this? Because we only watched like 4 episodes, right? Or 5. God, they only had so many. And then we don't have Netflix, and we don't want to pay for Netflix right now. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on. What? Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. It was 2 or 4. I can't remember because they are longer episodes. I feel like we watched it for a decent amount of time, and then it was like, that's all. And we were like, duh. And every site I looked at only had those episodes. And I'm like, give me the rest. But maybe the rest are out now on some of the sites that we use. Because I can't even, did we watch it on Streamio? I think we watched it there or somewhere else. And then it was like, these are the only episodes. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right, then. See you there. And just so you guys know, that's not, me and Ellie we don't watch these shows like because we actually like that genre of show. We watch it because they're usually a shit show. It's more to like, it's like looking at it and judging the people on the show, or being like, wow, that's the stupidest thing. Or just remembering people like Jessica, who we never want to, don't be like Jessica. Just don't do that. It's like a science experiment almost to watch and just be like, let's watch the parts where everything breaks down, and or see where things break down and how to not act in a situation. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. Oh, show him the pick. Okay. Let me look. There are more episodes now. 10. We have to get on that. When's your next day off? I mean, granted, I'm also going to be working my ass off, but I still have to like rest sometimes. So well, maybe we'll see if we can coordinate some things. Oh. Okay, sorry, I was looking up that pickup line. Oh no. No. Tomorrow? Oh, dang. That's usually, well, I plan on, oh god, that's what I want to do, is I want to fucking, if I can get my car today, although I'm having less faith because it's 5:30 and I still haven't heard from the mechanics. But if I got my car back today, I'd probably work from like midnight to noon or something, like early in the day. Because I want to try to flesh out like the full, I'm just going to work long hours. Like it's really what I need to do if I want to knock stuff out. But I know there's the 7-hour time difference can be a bit weird. Must be a master criminal because you're no, the one I saw was on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 9, but you're the one I need. Which, that sounds kind of narcissistic more than a pickup line. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, live action Parasite is another thing. Yeah. Okay. What? Wait, look, it perked him up. He loved it. I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. He feels sorry for himself a lot. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have... Shut up, I don't care. I pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. How are you so poor? You must be a puzzle because I can't stop trying to solve you. Oh, no. Well, I mean... Oh. Sholmes has no money. Okay, he won't. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. Right, let's go. He will never solve. Well, people won't solve themselves, so I don't know. Oh, okay. There's the prototype. That looks like, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Hey, he makes terrible financial decisions. Yeah, exactly. Ah, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding the place, and in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby here who's the miracle worker. Thanks, Toby. You okay? Why are his eyes so squinchy right now? Are you good? Are you okay? Oh, I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow, yeah. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Oh, he opened his eyes. No, sadly not. Didn't find a soul here. Oh yeah, he does hate Sholmes. I forgot. Oh, what a shame. Yeah. Extra salty fries, yeah. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid, now would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Then again, them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes? Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Ah, very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find here. Okay, trophy? First place con artist man. This appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. It's... what? I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. Are you an idiot? Like, why? What? I don't know. Like, I don't find that funny. I'm just like, is he just, like, is there something wrong with this boy? I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure they've got trophies in Japan. You got it. I'm pretty sure you know what a trophy is. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. Couldn't agreed more, my dear madame. Yeah, but they had to have them like maybe in school or something. How about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. Oh, he's not gonna let that go. Curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. I got a science trophy. Cool. Let's look at the science trophy. Maybe it's a sham. Can I look inside your trophy? And it's super obvious that the first thing you would think of when you see this thing is it's a butt plug with just like a really big base. Too big, really. Kazuma would 100% have had trophies. I mean, yeah, he probably had all the trophies, to be honest. There's a little metal plaque here, too. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Okay, let's look at the plane. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. For the alive kind, yeah. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, the model is yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. Well, suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Oh, you have the spirit, but the brains are lacking. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. So to you, the solution is even taller towers? I mean, that's technically what a gondola is, but... Oh, wait, up? Up. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the special dispensation. No, I don't care. So, god damn it. Oh, yeah, except somebody is already over there looking at it. They're all looking at it. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. As much as you love it. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose chains dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Susato. A quiver? Oh, a quiver! First crossbow! It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts these, and just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. Well, nah, I don't know. It's hard to tell because we really didn't know Kazuma very long. We knew him for like a chapter and a bit, you know? So it's hard to tell what he was like in his leisure time, but he did seem a little too like gung-ho, straight edge boy. Yeah, yeah. He always has them, and they're like infinite apparently, which makes me jealous. I wish I had an infinite little paper of fish and chips where let you do stuff even though as long as they're harmless. Yeah. Had his briefcase to get into Britain, then he's ready to riot. Well, yeah, but he could have had him be in a bigger place. Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Have you? I don't. Okay, crossbow found hidden. Okay, it does belong to Mr. Enoch Drebber. What? Okay, Oh, there's a door. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's given it to you. Gregson looks as though he really enjoyed that. Snooping through his stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, because we'd expect him to be possibly around here somewhere. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sight of danger. Thud. Oh. Is something wrong, Miss Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise. That was a big thud from the far side of the door. Excellent work, Ellie. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Is there a horse in there? Squeak, clunk? What? Oh my, someone is in there. Yeah. Arg, this rotten, bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Click! There! You may enter at will! You confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes! I bet he's gonna be dead, though. Got a feeling that thud was somebody killing the... That's a bomb! That's a straight up fucking bomb. That's just a bomb. Yeah, just a second. I was like, yeah, he did eat the lock. Delicious. Grease and all. What's happened in here? No, that's not a bomb. It is definitely a bomb. It's just a... Wait, why is everything upside... Wait a second. What? Oh, everything is upside down. I thought he meant like the room. There's feet on the ceiling. There's feet up there. Why is everything upside down? Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe it was the sound of Drebber running away. There's only one door into this room. That's just chocolate? Oh, I'm delicious. That's a big bar of chocolate. I'll take one of those, just like a Toblerone. Second page, yeah. I'll put the safe in my pocket too. Oh wait, never mind. It's bolted to the ground. No windows could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Actually, that reminds me of something. Oops, I put it low. I'll put it high. Whoa, that is very high transparency, but now we can see everything behind it. I was just eating chocolate. Oh, I want chocolate. I don't have any. What's up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me! What have we here then? Gregson, you can't say that. Stop telling people to diddle detectives and stop telling people to blow you. There's not... You can't do that. It's not kosher. Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? That Professor Hairbrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we'd had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. Something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? For the discount? Oh, true. I should have done that after Easter. Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrives too. You know, I'm gonna put, I thought like maybe high opacity would be okay. I'm gonna put it back to low, because sometimes it's hard to read this. I can still see through it, it's fine. I wish there was like a slider instead of just off, low, high. First things first, we'll worry about that in a minute. We got plenty of time, probably. Yeah, those are definitely footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be here. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean. You know, we throw people to the ceiling? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. It's just like that song where he's like, I'm no Superman. The one that plays when Scrubs starts. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. When Gregson is right there. Yeah, well, Gregson is cool with a lot of things now. It's a really lovely model. Looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft using the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. Does have the hallmark of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Hey, let's check the safe. Hey, you want to open the safe, sir? It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Yeah, see? The bolts. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever's inside must be very important. Okay, what else is there to look at other than the obvious thing in the middle? Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se. It's that everything is literally upside down. Except for the safe. But why? Yeah, that is weird. Okay, I think that's all of everything. Hey, what's up over there? Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It's like a bundle of cigars wrapped up in a large... Ah! Miss Susato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Yeah, it's obviously a time bomb. Like, what the hell? What? What did you say? Yeah. Time bomb? Sorry, but, what is a time bomb exactly? It's a bomb that's a timer. What's wrong with you? This man. You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, exactly. She does have the brains. I won't take that as a compliment. Huh. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, do you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Is it chocolate then? I don't know. Also, that reminds me, when I was in school, I used to read a lot of books because I liked books and reading. And, I'd pass the time between video games and school. But this particular specimen, yeah, it's similar. Okay. But yeah, I had a couple of classmates of, let's just say, lesser intelligence accuse me of reading the dictionary. And I'm like, no, that's boring. I read books, and books teach you words that you might not know, especially when you're in, like, 3rd or 4th grade. But no. Why would you read the dictionary? Like, I'd consult the dictionary if I ran across a new word, but straight up reading one, like, that's way too much information for your brain to just, like, keep. But then, what is it? I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. Wow. Also, this is going on 3.5 hours. This is going to be like the longest video that I've had so far for this game. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. You can't say it like that. Once again, I can draw 2 conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. But it's not a time bomb. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is the great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Oh, that face. He hates it. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea. Anyway. Yeah, around a ticking bomb. Exactly. Oh, you've deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. Oh, sad. You're too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly just stand there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted. Yeah, he said it's not a bomb, but he also said that Kazuma didn't die, and he lied to us about a few things, and he said that great detectives are wont to lie. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Flipped furniture. Why would he lie about a bomb? I don't know. To keep people from freaking out and then make it worse later. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Except for this bomb-looking thing. Oh, I just realized, yeah, that dresser is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed. Wait, a bomb's much more serious than your dead friend? Or you mean the other way around? What do we got? I got that. Indeed, the key here. Oh, I just noticed is gravity. Gravity. There was a there were numbers on the bottom of that chair. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of Earth. I think it was glue. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Zato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in this analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine the other day, in fact. But why does it have a clock on it? Well, it looks like there's plenty of time, probably. A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He could just be that he's an idiot. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. We definitely need to. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Yes, and that's scientific fact. Because gravity was reversed. Great. Number 2. Missing engineer. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up here on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, except the skylight, that is. That doesn't look like one that opens. Now we're reversing gravity again. By inverting the gravity here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. Yeah, apparently. Me too. I'm losing oxygen to my brain. It's all being used because of this. The ceiling on here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Man, you sound crazy. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Well, you did it with your explanation. Both of those are wrong. Thus concludes the Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Yeah, and she would be upside down. Oh, was it a movie? Puzzles? Or was it actually a show? Because I remember I watched a movie. I cannot remember what it was called, but it was very good. And there was like a society of people living underground because an accident at some like factory or something caused their like gravitational polarity to be reversed. So they like stayed underground because otherwise they just fall into the sky. And then she meets a boy and he takes her places and shows her stuff, and then they fight a guy. Yeah, is very good. Anime or yeah, well, it was an animated movie, so it might have yeah. But either way, I remember watching that a while ago and very much liking that. Hi, Gregson. Yeah, everybody's like, wow, that was the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. So you're just saying that it's bullshit, but your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, however improbable it may seem. So basically, you're telling me it's my job to get it. Yeah. Your pearls of wisdom, of course. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall, so it wasn't tied to anything. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? No, not that. Oops. I sent a laugh react to somebody when I was trying to do a different react, and I was like, that's not what I meant to put, but you can't just, like, undo that. Chums, yeah, so trolls on the internet, yeah. Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. As evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. An argument is as circular as the coils of rope. Is it, though? I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. Yeah, the usual. It's so funny that we have to keep doing the same thing. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great deduction will lead us to the truth. Is that right? Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. I mean, fair.
I know math is hard.
Nope. Don't worry about that. Okay, let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Sorry, I'm pressing the B button to make it go faster. My God. I don't think we're even going to do the trial today because this has been very, very long. This has just been this is taking so long, and the trial is still 2 more parts. Plain to see that the room, yeah, plain, bed, table, chair, everything's upside down, everything falling straight to the floor. And D, the key was gravity. It was this bed, but it wasn't the bed. Goodness. No, it wasn't the bed. I think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. I'm gonna put a show on for people and dance. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation, but it's... Oh, man. The man himself admitted it was scientific impossibility. Yeah, he totally did. Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount that idea at once. I hate how dedicated she is to, yeah. That's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato. Yeah, when you've eliminated... Yes, he did. While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I must suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Oh, there's... What breaks it? Oh, that it's just a straight up vase over here. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Oh, look at that. I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it has made a rather deeper impression on me. I don't know, the fact that it's not upside down. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the... yeah. Yeah, the upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part of gravity played on this whole business. Oh! Thank you! Ray lurks. Sorry, it was hard to see it on the corner. I was like, oh, it's blue, and thank you so much for the follow. We're doing Deduction Spectacular. I feel like I've been streaming for 4 hours. This is only 3.5 hours into this. We're almost there. On my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No, it's the truth. I was trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, as much as it pains me, I was wrong again. The gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm doing fine. I hope you're doing all right. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Yeah, exactly. There's got to be other possibilities. Someone deliberately... Jesus Christ. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? This is the final Ace Attorney game, technically, in the series. Which, I mean, if you're thinking at it timeline-wise, it's the second one, because this is back in the past. But this is Great Ace Attorney 2. And I'm kind of happy that it's almost over. No, I'm like halfway through. Not that I dislike the game. It's just, it's very draining. Naturally, there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here is turned upside down is because this anti-gravity device. But that's no longer a thing. Yep's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, doesn't he? Afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if it answers... If the answer presents itself. The answer presents itself. Sorry. Getting all tongue-tied here. Why is all that? Because he was trying to he's trying to figure out the safe combination. Oops. Back. He forgot which one it was on. So he was flipping all the furniture. That's why there were so many thuds. Why aren't we assuming that Drebber is just that messy? I mean, fair. This is fair. Yes, the reason why everything is upside down. Yeah, because it's safe. I mean, he could just be the messiest man alive, aside from Sholmes and me. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it, for people who are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it? For people who were, yeah, write things out. Okay. Okay, cool. I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket. Cool, I don't care about that. We care about the safe. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Okay. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Bump, bump, second one done. To find the safe combination. Solved. What if he's inside the safe? Maybe he hid himself inside the safe. Now let us consider the next conundrum. Well, that would actually be stupid because his code's right there, but maybe he expected somebody to not notice, like Sholmes. Oh, but if he was in the safe and that was a real time bomb, everything would explode, but he'd be fine. But also, can he get out of the safe? What was our engineered friend's aim? Okay, yeah, defeat. Yes, how possible? The reason, skylight. Yeah, okay. No more gravity. We don't care. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes. Let's see. What's near the skylight? Oh my god! There's footprints on that too! This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. So I think you're right. I think it's helium keeping it up. Green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? You can see there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Yeah, sure that's a clue. Though what it tells us, I don't know. Is this man... Oh, there's a shoe! Shoe! There's a shoe! It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there. Look. Oh, yes. There are more footprints on this little balloon, too. As the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh, dear. That's beyond me, I'm afraid. To make the footprints! Would it be the shoe or the balloon? I guess it would be the shoe. Oops, I keep pressing Y. Shoe. Ka-chunk. To make people believe. The reason why there are footprints on their ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems familiar somehow. Ah, yeah. Wow, you're just putting it together. Yes. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon here is a model of the one used that day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely, the shoe. Oh, we have the crossbow. Let's shoot it with a crossbow. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear the hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. Oh, you may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. You're gonna lasso it to reach the intended destination. What better tool than this rope? Oh, Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Okay, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw up? Nope. Take us a long time, yep. We already have one of those, don't we? Yeah, the crossbow.
Take that!
Ponk. Hell yeah, I get to shoot a crossbow. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? I was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. Okay. So is that the second deduction then? Finished? So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. I'd like to open the safe. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside the balloon? Bam! Pop! Pop. The head! Oh, he had an iron mask on? Oh, what the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. What the hell? Thank you for the lurk, Puzzles. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness! I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. Case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing Professor from Madame Tuspel's is none other, and returning it, sans tete, or tete, I don't know. Sorry. It was Enoch Drebber. He took it. He was being a big old dick. He took the shit. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. And the professor, who is the professor? What if the professor is actually Mr. Asman? Wouldn't that be crazy? But then he was dead. Or what if he got switched out with a waxwork? I don't know. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in this room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction, Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Yep, he's in the safe. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... It's obvious, he's in the safe.
Take that!
Professors, the friends we made along the way. Yeah! Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here, which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, he made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is inside the safe. He's in the safe. Yeah, we're skipping that. We know. It concludes it. Good. He's inside the safe. Get him out of there. We're almost at 4 hours. And this is... oh, God. The cases just get longer and longer. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. Combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. Yeah, there was no ones in it, you dumbass. I knew that. All right, then, here goes. Yeah, you didn't. You didn't know that. Ah! Oh, he's got a mechanical hand. Hi. You found me. Okay, this guy's a weirdo. Oh, this guy's a real weirdo. Right off the bat. Oh, yep, he's weird as hell. Oh, boy. Wait a second. Wait a second. Actually, there's a lot of people here with very similar colored eyes. Because this guy looks like he would be related to Mr. Strongheart, but he's also way younger. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume? Correct. Oh, boy. Oh, please stop. Don't do that. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then. No! Okay. Well. Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. I was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us? Get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device really is quite startling, I must say. I hate you. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, okay. Well. Can I present anything to him? Maybe this? Mr. Drebber, look at this, please. Do you have anything to say about it? Okay, never mind. He doesn't give a shit about it. Oh, wait, how about the science trophy? Mr. Drebber, look at this, please. Okay, he doesn't care about anything. How about the camera? Okay, he doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff. How about that? I feel like he's not going to answer me on anything. Hey, look, it's you before your hair was... Nope. Oh, this man is a lost cause. I hate him already. Oops, not move, converse. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Stop. There will be no diddling, no screwing, no blowing, none of this. Yeah, just leave. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Driver. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Don't say that like that. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I'd hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. They have to fucking know. What are they gonna say next? I couldn't just stand around while they fingered me. Like, Jesus, there's so much going on. Nailing, blowing, like, diddling. They have to know what they were doing with all these words. Double entendres and all. Go to Death Wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. He was in a safe. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. There's a latch on the inside. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. You really thought of everything, Mr. Handyman. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Oh God, I hate how long these animations are for these people. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah, I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Something wrong, Gregson? I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Yes. I don't know. Oh, wait. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. What about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in an iron mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to dismantle it. To safely reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough! Oh, it's you, the lady. Is it? Oh, well, is that why is that why they're making him so, like, extra fidgety? What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Sith again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well, this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. Yeah, fair. You lot, leave at once. My dear madame, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sith? Boom, boom, boom! Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sith? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. Get out! Oh, okay. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. Wow, I see you haven't softened at all. Okay, so he's, yeah. So things are different than I expected. Da, 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 da. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes? Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. Oh! What? I said get out now! All of you! We're going! Jeez. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Oh, okay. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector? Noted. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Oh, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Eh? What are you? That one? Yeah, I mean... we about to all die? Is this the end of the game? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Wow, this guy actually pretty smart. Uh-oh, Bobbies! Bobbies! Oh, they're dead. Oh, well, sorry, unnamed cops. Well, cool. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. To be continued. Oh, fine. 4 hours. 4 hours and 4 minutes of this shit. That was even longer than the first investigation stage, and we learned more overall, but just still. Oh my god. This fucking is ridiculous, this game. All right, well, we got the man, and he's weird, and he blew up the thingy at the Crystal Tower, And God, man, I don't even know how this trial is gonna go, but I guess we'll figure it out. There was blood on the camera, even though the camera was on a wax like mannequin thing, so it shouldn't have been like the actual camera, but there's something on the camera. There's so much. Oh, I mean, I guess compared to like some of the earlier videos I made, this isn't that long, but my God.